Welcome to the boardroom, ladies and gentlemen. I am your host and CEO, Bagelmode. I have CFO Magic, COO Motorboat, and our intern Melly here, as always. Let's talk. Interesting topic that I'd like to share is Blizzard workers create a spreadsheet of all of their salaries because to see what disparities there are, and it's a sad topic that we are definitely going to cover because, yeah. Anyone got anything else they'd like to mention before we just get right into it?
China boss goes rogue, hires mercenaries to protect him in a building that he no longer works in.
Alright, and with that, alright, Motorboat, what have you been playing this week, and why is it the exact same as everything else you've been playing?
I mean, does it count that I finished more than one chapter of Celeste this week?
Oh, cool. It does. I just figured you would continue to play, Valorant and, LOL, because,
I did not touch Valorant this week.
Ooh,
I have not touched Valorant recently. I finished Celeste, so if there's footage playing behind me while I speak about this, spoilers, it's basically footage of the last level.
I will remind you to get your footage into me at some point.
I'm uploading it to you right now.
Oh, beautiful. Fantastic. Thank you.
You're welcome. It's not gonna be late for once. And then, other than that, it's just been, League as normal. And I've had more time to play because I might have the COVID fun times.
Yep. And earlier today when he was mentioning this, I was like, you should definitely hop on the podcast because if you die, we'll get sympathy subscribers. And the future of this channel is more important than your health and safety.
So I apologize for coughing and sneezing as this video goes on. I might mute myself.
That's okay. I can mute you. Or no, I can't. That is something. So, real quick.
I can just mute him right now for myself.
Correct.
And I'll be fine.
Yeah. But, the dream would be if everyone recorded their audio individually, I could cut certain people in and out, which would be beautiful. But we're not going to do that because I haven't figured out a way to do that easily. Editing League of Legends footage is miserable, Motorboat. It is miserable because, alright, I have to make it so you can't read what the chat is because that has usernames in it. Anytime you die, I have to blur the dude's name who killed you and any people that got assists off of that. I have to blur anytime someone gets, I think it's more than 3 kills as a rampage or whatever the heck.
Yeah.
I have to blur those anytime they pop up. So, you gave me an entire League game, and I was going to, show the entire League game. I got 15 minutes into editing it, and I said, this sucks, and just stopped. Because it was too much work.
Can you not have anyone's usernames?
I don't want... The fact that they're more or less just bystanders and whatnot, whether that has their real names or not, I don't want to just have that out there.
Gotcha.
I would have no, if your username wasn't your first and last name, I would have no problems putting that out there. But as long as you were more or less consenting to it. But I will not put random people on the internet's usernames. I don't think I've done that because I think I've only played single player stuff, but I could be wrong.
Player.
Yeah. So yeah, no, it was just, ugh. I was like, this is terrible. All right, Magic, let's go with you next. What's up? What's happening this week, or what has been?
I've been playing more of Dinosaur King.
Oh boy. And
of MTG Arena, but that's pretty much what I've been doing for the last few months now, so that's no longer new.
Yeah. To be completely honest with you, when last week when you were describing how to play it, I understood none of what you were saying. So when I went back and watched the game footage while you were talking about it, I'm like, oh, he actually said it in a perfect way. I'm just stupid.
Unfortunately, I haven't gotten too much further in it since last time. However, I will have more interesting stuff next time because I forgot that they added this later on in the game, but there's a point in which you get a 4th option, which is just it can be rock, paper, or scissors, and it's a mystery to your opponent what it is until you use it once.
What?
Yeah.
I'm very confused.
It's basically a roulette the first time you use it, then when you use it, it's set as an extra rock
Well, no,
option.
no. You set it
correct?
in advance. But so remember that you're setting
Gotcha.
moves to every type. So you've got so this move in particular has to be either a rock, paper, or a scissors, and if it's an elemental move, it can only be of the elemental type that the dinosaur is. And it basically is just like a second scissors move or second paper move or second rock move, because like I said before, each move does different things. So you can use it kind of like oh no, my rock move takes a lot of energy, so I can't use my rock move anymore. So I have a second bonus rock move in case I need to use rock move again, or something.
Okay, interesting. And then
However, I'm sorry, what were you asking?
I was gonna ask about MTG Arena, but it sounded like you had more dinosaur stuff going.
Yeah, so I haven't gotten too much further in the use of it, as that mechanic was just introduced, because I just got to the level where that is introduced.
Gotcha.
So hopefully I'll have footage next time of me actually using that mechanic when I have more information about it in terms of fighting against it with the NPCs. In terms of MTG Arena, it's pretty much the same as it's always been, where I just have terrible basic level decks that lose all the time to people who have actual amounts of cards and have basic strategy.
All right. Anything else, or?
That's pretty much it.
All right, on to Melly.
I have literally played 0 games this week
Wow.
because I have been so stressed with, like, I have my full-time job of work, and now it's finals week for my animation classes, and I haven't played a single minute of any video game.
Dang.
So.
Dang. What a weird turnaround.
Yeah, so tonight I have to finish the shark animation, and like rigging it, and then it's due by noon on Friday, so tomorrow. And after that, I will probably be playing some more, either Batman Arkham Asylum or Fallout 4. I'll get you footage of that, maybe, eventually.
So I want you to know that I only used one of your Batman footage pieces, and it was the Batman footage piece where you stood on the ceiling and you kept activating and deactivating Batman vision for like 5 minutes straight.
Remember that?
I was like, this is so thrilling. This is absolutely exciting. Wow. Also, last week I edited the podcast. I uploaded it to YouTube, and then it sat processing at YouTube at 95% for like 3 days, and then it was like, hey, by the way, the processing failed, so you're gonna have to re-upload the whole video. And that's why the video got uploaded last night. So yeah. Also, if this episode gets fully uploaded, edited, and uploaded, we will be the longest running boardroom podcast on YouTube. No one else has gotten past 5 episodes.
I mean, look, just because we get past 5 episodes doesn't mean they're good or that people watch them.
That's okay. That's okay, all right? The whole point is build up that backlog, all right? Because nothing makes a good backlog than content that is really only applicable to the time and day that people are watching it. Like, news content, that stuff's fresh forever, right?
Exactly.
All right.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though, is that looking back on your predictions and stuff like that, because you had a prediction about like Deathloop and Hyperscape and that kind of stuff.
Yep, Hyperscape, which I'm pretty sure is a very dead game already.
In like a year and a half, when both of those are like the #1 ranking games in the world or some stupid dumb stuff, then we can look back and say that you are dumb.
Thank you for that thrilling and exciting way to speak.
Look,
By
I'm
the way,
trying not to
speaking of
swear, alright? I just, all of that was just me filtering. I'm just like, no, can't say that, can't say that.
You can say whatever you want. I just have to beep it, and I will groan anytime you swear.
Speaking of Hyperscape, I just looked it up. IGN rates it 5 out of 10. Although that's it's up to you whether you believe IGN is an accurate source of rating.
The issue is IGN is generally a very positive thing, so that means it's getting panned. Oh my god.
However, it's like a 90% viewer, like people like this, so I don't know.
Oh. All right. And then this week I've been playing some Half-Life. I keep getting horribly motion sick after like 30 to 45 minutes of playing it, so I have to keep stopping.
Bagel, just don't get motion sick.
Yeah. Also with it, I finally got to Zen, which is supposed to be like the worst part of the game. It kind of is. Like, there was a time where I was very lost on this floating island because I didn't realize that there was like a secret interior part to the floating island because the textures are so bad that it's such an old game that I'm not realizing that there's supposed to be detail in certain things. So I'm just like, this all looks the same. I don't know what to do. And then I go, oh, that's actually supposed to be vines or something. Oh, I see where I'm supposed to go. I have to keep looking up guides. I feel really stupid and bad. But yeah. And then I've been playing more Rebelling Escalation. I started doing a campaign. I just got my butt absolutely handed to me. It's a very difficult experience doing the campaigns. So that's been fun, I guess. I finally unlocked every advisor, which it only took me 30 hours of playing the game to unlock all the content in it, which is kind of really annoying, but whatever. Alright. If anyone else has any other news to share, anything like that, otherwise we will get on to the actual news.
Oh, I forgot one part of my gameplay so far. Because I was playing a Nuzlocke, finally one of my dinosaurs died, and it happened to be my starter. So that's very spaghetti.
Way to go.
Well, what was your starter?
Carnotaurus. In the video, I started with the different main character because why not? But yeah.
So what are the starting options?
Triceratops and Carnotaurus. Funnily enough, I guess this is a topic we could talk about. There are 3 main characters of the TV show, and I guess of the arcade game, although I can't quite tell you the plot of the arcade game, because it's been, several years since I've seen it. Actually seen it, as opposed to just playing it. But there's Max, Rex, and Zoe, and for some reason they cut out Zoe. So I don't know why they would cut out Zoe, but that's a thing that they did. The only female main character, I should say.
So wait, does the game let you choose at the beginning if you want to be a male or female? Because that might be
no, it's Max or Rex. Those are your options.
Oh, wow.
Like I said, I don't know why they cut out Zoe. Zoe was not a terrible character in the TV show. I don't know if she had any character in the arcade game. So I'm not I'm not quite sure why they would cut out her, but yeah.
There was no controversy over anything that happened with the character?
I mean, it could have been because it was in the early 2000s for a animal fighting game. So, although then again, Pokemon introduced female characters before that, so I don't know why. There's literally no reason why. It's a mystery.
Alright, beautiful sexism in video games. Probably because they were like, we'll just add her, if we get a chance. And then they never got a chance.
She's in the game as, a side NPC who does nothing but talk. Actually, now that I think about it, I haven't seen her in the game. I don't remember seeing her in the game since the introduction area. Like, the one time you talk to her, and then every time you go to the introduction area since, I don't think I've seen her in there. I'll do some careful keeping my eye out later on to see if she ever makes a comeback at any point, as in just showing up. But yeah, she's pretty much just cut out of the game.
Plot twist, she's gonna be the main villain at the end. That you have to fight. Thought you forgot about me, didn't you? Just
If only. If only.
Alright, and with that, anything else we'd like to add, or? Alright. So, Armed China Boss goes rogue. Basically, so ARM is based in the UK, right? There's two halves of it. And there's also ARM China, where, you know, real quick, either put in headphones something, Magic, because you are reverbing. Whatever I say. Okay, so, China there's a ARM China, alright, and, Mr. Wu, Alan Wu, was is the name of the dude in charge of, ARM China. But, he was recently fired, because he was, propagating false information and creating a culture of fear and confusion among ARM China employees. And as such, he has hired personal bodyguards to stop anyone from, you know, getting rid of him. Alan's focus is on his own self-preservation, and he has also put China's semiconductor innovation at risk as he has attempted to block the critical communication in support of our China partners that require ARM for ongoing and future chip designs. The dude's literally got, like, mercenaries and whatnot to protect him from getting fired.
That's That's new.
Yep.
I just like the fact that they're like, "You're fired," and he's like, "No." he just refused to accept the decision. He's just like, "No, I'm still in control."
And it's also worth noting that NVIDIA, who makes cheap graphics cards and the likes, is trying to buy ARM right now for $32 billion in cash and stock. So it looks like this is going to be their problem when they are done buying it, is how do you get rid of Mr. Wu, who literally has armed bodyguards guarding him. Just thought that was a fun one. If we have any meaningful thing to contribute, but just an interesting topic. Alright, Halo's for everyone. Halo Infinite Multiplayer will be free to play. I think they're just gonna try and suck money out of customers with this. I think they're gonna... Gosh.
Can you say microtransactions?
So...
Exotic releases of
Well, I was
chapters.
thinking more of because it's going to be the last Halo game, just infinite DLC.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yep, they have stated that it's the quote-unquote last Halo game and that they'll just keep updating it forever. Because in Halo 5, there were microtransactions that made you more or less better in the game. There's basically a MOBA mode in Halo, and you could just, like, buy vehicles and power weapons and whatnot, using loot boxes. So, here's to hoping that it's not gonna be this, but...
Everyone knows it's going to be.
Yeah, but I don't want it to be, like... This is just depressing. Yeah. Alright. Here's the fun part. Here's one of the fun articles. Florida teen charged as mastermind in Twitter hack. He has been charged. He's 17 years old. He got into...
Holy, sorry.
What?
Didn't realize that he was facing 30 felony fraud charges.
He's being tried as an adult because it's Florida and they can. The dude, before this, he would scam people in, like, Minecraft, where he'd be like, hey, I can get you a cape in Minecraft, and people, like, pay him $100, and he would just run off with the money. He also stole, before this, something like $180,000 worth of Bitcoin off of, I think it was an Amazon executive. The dude...
Like, I'm not condoning this kid, but I have a personal beef with Amazon and its billionaires and stuff like that.
Oh yeah. I do as well. But we're tiptoeing a little bit into politics. But it's also worth noting that this kid was living in something like an insanely expensive condo. He was driving around, I believe it was a BMW Series 3, which is like a super expensive car. The dude was not like, I'm gonna steal from the rich and give to the poor. It was, I'm gonna steal from the rich and be rich myself, from what I understand.
Yeah, that's where I lose interest.
Yep, and he also, stole money from people through Twitter. We're gonna see if they can get the Bitcoin back. Oh, he also had two co-conspirators, who was 19 and 22. One of them was, I believe, in San Fran, and the other was from the UK. Don't quote me on that. But
we're all older than 22. Why haven't we stolen billions of dollars from people on Twitter? Come on.
I'm not making very much money in my job. This sounds like a pretty sweet gig. Hey, any podcast listeners, if you give $1,000 to the Boardroom Podcast, we will give you $2,000 worth of quality content back to you in installments over the next several years. So feel free to donate. There will be a Bitcoin link on the page right now.
Not a physical contract in this deal. We make no certain promises.
Well, no, we'll deliver $2,000 worth of content, all right? And if I charge myself at, let's say, oh gosh, if I say it costs about $250 for me per hour, and takes me about 3 hours to edit a video, 3 to 4 hours to render a video, and then 3 hours to upload that video.
You're charging for the rendering and uploading.
Well, this would be if, like, you hired me, and so as such, this would be equivalent. About 2 podcasts is more than $2,000 worth of quality content, if I do say so myself.
You think we're gonna do this for another 2 whole podcasts?
Yeah,
Ooh, boy.
Or you can go and donate to our hypothetical Patreon, where if you donate $2,000, Melly will draw you a nice stick figure.
I'll draw you a nice stick figure for $2,000 if you don't
make
mind.
no guarantees on the quality of the stick figure that I may or may not draw you.
I think the issue we're overlooking here is now that we've done 5 episodes, we've beat the record and we're all done. This is the
Yeah.
Oh, no. Now next, Magic's going to be the one who uploads the Boardroom, and then we'll go for 6 episodes. Then it'll be Motorboat. Then we go to 7 episodes. Then I can do it. We'll go to 8 episodes, and we'll just keep rotating. So we're just
And then
one-upping
from there
each other.
on out, we'll just use a AI to generate text or text-to-speech for us automatically. And then it'll be just us watching the Boardroom generate itself. Yep.
You ever see that thing of the 2 chat bots that learn how to talk to each other, but they just keep going like, me too, me too, me too, as well. And it's like horrifying where like 2 Facebook chat bots just got into a room with each other and generated their own language.
Balls.
Yep, I remember that was... I will post that in the video for those who are interested. It's also worth noting that they used what's called a phone spear phishing attack, where they basically said, if I recall, hey, I'm one of the IT guys, can you please get me these kinds of credentials? And
I just want to clarify the hackers, not the chatbots.
Yes, sorry. Yeah, and the hackers, and basically, Twitter has had very little, safeguards in place from, employees doing this kind of thing. Yeah, so, that's a little terrifying and interesting. If we don't got anything else to say here, Trump says he will ban TikTok, and that he will, and as such, in response to this, TikTok is trying to sell itself to Microsoft. Microsoft is trying to buy it so they can have a decent social network for once in their lives after they recently killed off Mixer. And after that, since Microsoft has expressed interest in purchasing this, the Chinese government has said that they will step in to block the sale, so that way the U.S. can't bully TikTok into being sold.
In a different article, it goes into more detail as to how Trump can ban it, basically, if it doesn't go through with the purchase.
Yep.
Including blocking off access through the internet, blocking off servers to TikTok, or through not allowing people to buy the app have access to the app itself through the Play services. And on top of that, there is also the possibility of blocking it through U.S. law, which is what Huawei is being blocked by.
Mm-hmm.
So there are actual other ways, but apparently Trump says that he wants there to be a good deal first before he gets to blocking it, though. Who knows how that will work if the Chinese government is trying to get involved.
This is the whole thing with TikTok, though, that basically they can just change their... if he did make a law saying, no, you can't have TikTok, they can just, change their name, basically.
No, because you're basically banning the corporate entity itself. They would have to more or less create a shell company, sell it to the shell company, and then they could. But that would be a weird set of legal paperwork, and you would need to actually have more or less...
I mean, I think they'd have to do a little bit more than that. Probably, delete TikTok, send up the same amount of code, put it in a new company. A little bit more steps than that. But yeah, hypothetically they could, but it would take a lot of effort.
And Facebook is out rolling out basically their competitor TikTok, and so is YouTube. So at that point, you could have American companies snatch that stuff up. It's also worth noting
has
that...
Instagram, right?
What?
Facebook has Instagram?
Instagram, yeah. Instagram Shorts, I believe. Or no, it's YouTube Shorts and Instagram something. What is... Instagram has a competitor to TikTok that Facebook's rolling out. Instagram... TikTok... this is not what I wanted at all. But, okay. It's also worth noting that I believe Trump has in the past used certain legal things to sell other companies, Chinese companies, to force the sale of other Chinese companies to Americans. Yeah, I don't got anything else more to say about that. Epic Game Store gets achievements and support for mods. About time they had somewhere close to the functionality of Steam. They're still pretty trash user experience overall. Google acquires smart glasses company North, whose Focal 2.0 glasses won't ship, and their Focal 1.0 glasses will be bricked. So if you bought I forget how much they cost, a pair of North 1.0 glasses, they're not going to work anymore.
They should have not been working for the last 6 days, actually.
Oh, yeah. So
they were bricked after July 31st.
This is terrible. And the real question is, will Google put in any effort? Honestly, or will they just work with these for 6 months and then kill it like they did Google Glass?
So do we? So because we can just skip down to the antitrust thing after this, but is there a possibility this was purchased for to get rid of a competitor because they're intending on actually bringing the Google Glass to somewhere in the future?
I don't think so, because they literally they canned all of the Google Glass work altogether. They dissolved that team inside Google and said, you can't work on this anymore, if I recall correctly. So, they haven't been working on anything on Google Glass specifically, but,
so, which one was farther ahead in the development? Was it Focals or Google, or sorry, North or Google?
So Google canned the Google Glass project years ago.
No, I realize that, but like, because what I'm wondering is, if
Well, it
North
says
continued this and Google didn't have to pay for it, and now they're just buying them, they could possibly just take the information and technology that North has created and just mass produce it.
it says that the company started the the company that North was founded in 2012, I think.
But they were selling a different product then.
Yeah, but it could have been in development at some point after that point. So it might have been in development around the same time as Google Glass. I don't know.
Also, worth noting, there's something called Google Glass Enterprise Edition, where they apparently just canned the thing that people could buy for $1,500, the original Google Glass, and oh my god, Google Glass Enterprise Edition still looks awful. I wouldn't be surprised if they're buying it for the design alone, because like if you look at Google Glass, it looks just ridiculous. And if you look at North, it just kind of looks like thick glasses, which don't look terrible to wear. While Google Glass, you look stupid. And I think one of the reasons they said they canned Google Glass was because people thought it looked stupid, and like people were gonna get hit by other people who thought it was dumb looking. Like, yeah. So,
all right. As a person who wears glasses, the Google Glass in this picture for the Enterprise just does not look wearable.
But look at the North glasses. Is that something you would wear?
Well, sorry. The Google Glass is missing several key components, like the bend in the frame, which holds it onto your face. So if you look down, it doesn't fall off.
Is that what that's for?
Well, it's partly what it's for.
Oh.
So like you can see if you look at a picture of it, on the one side it's got all the hardware.
Yep.
So that's fine, but on the other side it's completely smooth and it's just a single frame. Like it's not bent or anything. So it would slip off half your face and start dangling if you look down.
Yeah.
Who is this product for? Honestly,
Meanwhile, the focals, I could imagine in like 10 years you could probably just strap them onto a regular set of glasses and just wear that.
Yep. Let's see.
Okay, looking at the other pictures that wasn't just the fancier picture, I can see that they've now got like a bit of plastic on top of the metal, but that still doesn't look deep enough to hold it onto your face very well.
Huh?
But I mean, I guess if you just like put them on and kept your face level, it wouldn't be too bad. But it still doesn't look comfortable to wear.
About 46 grams. That's gotta be heavy hanging on your face. No. Alright, Google Glass is stupid and is still stupid, and they just screwed over everyone who bought Nord, so yeah. Or freaking heck, North Focals.
46 ounces is 1.6 46 grams is 1.6 ounces.
Yeah, but like, what's a pair of like good sunglasses weigh? Cripes. Oh god, I hope I can find the weight of these. So, and of course there is no description of how much they weigh, but like,
I just don't like the fact
how many ounces did you say it was worth?
1.6.
1.6.
1.6. Okay, so according to reference.com, an ounce is roughly 5 quarters. So that'd be like the weight of like 7 quarters, basically.
How much does a pair of glasses weigh, though?
Probably about the same.
No. Are you kidding? They have an almost 1,000 milliamp hour battery now. That's gonna weigh a ton. How much do glasses weigh usually? How much do our sunglasses weigh? Oh, what? 1.3 ounces. Oh.
Yeah, about the same.
Yeah, but it's
Think
also
of
on
how
one half
heavy
your...
quarters are. Think of how heavy sunglasses are.
Yeah, I just did a week weight test with my own glasses. It would be about the same weight, but it still doesn't change the fact that it's off balanced in terms of
Yeah.
design and not really well designed to stay on your face. So that's not a great combination to have.
There you go.
All right. Let's talk about let's jump straight into the antitrust thing. We'll start with Amazon, because Amazon was trying to kill off and weaken other competitors. One of them was diapers.com, to the point where Amazon said they were willing to lose $200 million in 1 month on diapers in order to basically push diapers.com out of business. When Jeff Bezos was asked about this, he said, "I cannot comment on that because I don't remember it." Imagine being able to lose $200 million and just say, "Well, I don't remember that."
Oh, I don't remember that. Again.
Well, see, the problem is that the results of the whole antitrust case is that no verdict could really be made because comments like that were made.
So this is a bit. I think this was more of them just asking questions to figure out what's going on, and then they're going to use that to try, hopefully, pass legislation. But yeah.
Sorry, no actual convictable crimes were revealed in the process that I know of.
Not necessarily, because that kind of losing $200 million is probably grounds for some kind of antitrust thing, where they're like, you're actively killing off competitors here.
What I mean is, what can be interpreted and what can be legally interpreted are two different things.
Well, here, let's jump to the Apple one. This is an important one, where Apple has said that they are not a monopoly. It's not a monopoly for companies to be on their app store. Okay, and one of the things they do is they charge 30% of your purchasing price for. So anytime, let's say a customer buys something for $1, all right, Apple gets 33 cents of that. Okay, but it turns out that Apple
30.
is no. Or, oh no, you're
30%.
right. I feel
not 33.
I was just like 1/3. Yeah, that's how that works. Apple offered Amazon 15% instead, which is like preferential treatment, which is you're actively giving someone who's larger than you a better cut in the hopes that they more or less, I guess, won't push the fire, because the fire, Kindle and tablets and whatnot are terrible, but that's another story. Another Apple thing is the right to repair thing, where we've talked about this before, where internally Apple wasn't sure how to respond, because on one hand they have people that are legally challenging right to repair, but they don't have a very clear strategy on that internally. They said an internal Apple memo asks, "What is our repair strategy?" Right now it's very clear things are happening in a vacuum and there's not an overall strategy. Plus, on one hand, we're making these changes, while the other is actively fighting right to repair legislation. Things like how they had a iMac manual to repair it online, which is something they don't let out. They haven't let out in the past, and now they let it out, and they haven't taken it down still, at least since the time of this article being written.
Although I do want to point out that a surprisingly large number of products have their manuals out for public visual use.
Correct, but Apple's been very stringent about these things, that is the big thing there. And now all of a sudden they're saying, "Hey, we aren't going to be so stringent about this one thing, but we're not sure as to why we're not being so stringent. Can anyone point us in the right direction?" Because they aren't making it clear to anyone. I would love it if Apple came out and said, "All right, if you replace your own battery or whatnot, go for it. If you're voiding your warranty, or or no, there was recently a thing about how you like those warranty void if broken stickers don't work anymore. So maybe it's not your warranty's broken, but like I wish big companies like Tesla and whatnot would let you repair your own stuff. Like,
Yeah, but if you repaired your own vehicle, then you could get rid of the blockers that prevent you from accessing your heated seats on your microtransaction cars.
oh my god. More stuff on Facebook, because if you need another evil, a truly evil company, here you go. For starters, Mark Zuckerberg was basically ignoring Twitter for a long period of time because he didn't see them as to be a true competitor to Facebook. He did, however, see Instagram being a competitor, so they got into talks with Instagram to try and purchase them. The people who owned Instagram were talking with one another, and they said, will Zuckerberg go into destroy mode if I say no to an acquisition deal? Bottom line, I don't think we'll ever escape the wrath of Mark. It just depends on how long we avoid it. Wow. Like, imagine being afraid that your company is going to get destroyed by another because you're making a cool thing. And that refusing to get purchased by them is just, they're going to create a better version of you and just beat you out of house and home, like what Amazon did when they invested in companies. Like, this is sad. This is really sad. And we've got another really sad topic on later on that I'd like to talk about. Does anyone else have anything to add, or am I just gonna keep ranting?
I like hearing your rant. It's fun. Then I don't have to say stuff.
Oh, of course.
Well, my interpretation of this is basically, if they can't find anything that they can directly enforce now, I really hope that they come up with good antitrust laws that prevent this from happening in the future, and maybe rectify the current situation as they are in the moment.
Me too. All right, we're gonna.
Real takeaway of this whole situation.
Please don't throw up on microphone.
Please.
I
please
assumed that
here
was a
to hurl hairballs, please.
I apologize. I will mute myself.
Yes. These companies are disgusting. Yes, I will agree with that, though.
Google got grilled over employees started to fear competition from certain websites and web pages that could divert search traffic and revenue from Google. So Google would basically just push them to the side and say, hey, no, we're not going to show you those websites anymore.
I still don't think that's as bad as the whole Yelp thing. But they were like literally putting things like using Yelp just as a guide to review, like to put out ratings for things, and Yelp was like, please don't do this. And Google's like, do you want to be shown on Google anymore?
Yeah, it's just then they of course got asked about how so it's worth noting that one of the things Republicans hammered home on was how YouTube and Google are suppressing conservative voices. So Congressman I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name, dude, from Florida, asks about YouTube removing videos related to COVID-19, offering solutions that had not been verified. Quote, solutions should be in air quotes there. But like it's. Yeah, it's just there's.
I think it went beyond just the COVID things, but yeah.
Well, one of the things that it is, like, if you were a YouTuber and you mentioned like COVID in your videos, you immediately got it demonetized, more or less.
Oh yeah.
Like that was like, oh gosh.
Even if the information was verified by other places, I think.
Yep. All right, let's move on to a slightly cheery topic before we move on to depressing ones. Gabe Newell says the Series X is better than the PlayStation 5, which I am not surprised about one bit, because the Series X and whatnot has been designed to basically make it a PC, while the PlayStation 5 still has a lot of things that still make it a console. So, Yeah. I'm not surprised by these comments, but it's just
It gets me
interesting.
interested in seeing, or in knowing just how long between when a console is completed in like its design and creation and like the technology has been updated and stuff like that, between that point and when it's put for sale for the general public, and like what happens between that.
So, are you saying? Sorry, I'm confused by your question.
Sorry. So
How long between research and development for a console and the actual release of said console is there?
So I believe it's like years. Like I think like right now, once these things get pushed out, and once they will basically start working on either the refresh consoles or the very next one, the next generation overall. So
like,
it's a very long lead time.
But like this is saying like, oh, people already have access to the Xbox Series S and the PlayStation 5 and stuff like that, which I understand that because they're coming out in November.
Yes.
Or like
they have not announced release dates,
yeah.
I believe, and they haven't even announced prices, which is annoying.
But it's probably going to be around just November, December, based off of previous patterns.
But so like knowing that influencers are having access to these consoles, are they actually done and just in the send them off to
yes. So
like get made? So like what's the time frame between this console is done, send it off to mass produce it, between the start point of that and between the now this console is available for public?
So the consoles,
I mean, once they get... Sorry, you can continue.
Okay, so I was going to say, the consoles have been finished more or less from a architecture standpoint, from what I understand, for like almost a year now. Where the big thing you have to do is you have to get dev kits, and you have to get dev kits in the hands of developers. And the dev kits for PlayStation 5 were leaked like 6 months ago or something like that. Where it's literally just where you hand all that kind of stuff off. And so that'll have the same kind of architecture and whatnot, but it won't have the same kind of form factor. It may not have the right cooling and whatnot. That's what's going to get handed off in advance, while the manufacturing of the actual consoles gets ramped up and whatnot. So yes, this stuff is already in the hands of developers, and the fact that you have Gabe Newell, who like he doesn't work that much in development itself, but he's follow around with game developers all the time. So like, he probably has a pretty good sense of which one is going to be easier to or not to code with. So I'm spouting a lot of things right now, but like, yes, it's already in the hands of developers, and so his comments are interesting. He lists no reasoning, but yeah.
I would also think that influencers would be the bottom of the barrel in terms of when that gets released, or of who gets it before it actually gets officially released.
I said influencers. I more meant like development studios.
You meant like reviewers and people in the field?
No, developers.
Like okay.
Developers, yes.
Okay.
So, yeah, Mototboat.
Again, I just have poor wording like half the time I talk. So,
Mototboat. In case you have forgotten, you are muted. If you'd like to contribute anything, if you'd like to stay muted, you may.
Like to die of COVID, please send a text message to either literally anybody in this chat, so we know that you are in fact dead.
I think he only has my number here, but okay. PlayStation.
Well, you can send us a message over Discord. That's possible.
For the Marvel's Avengers game, Spider-Man's only coming to PlayStation because Sony owns them. No surprise there. Love exclusives. Just love them. Just love them. Just keep making them. Just keep making them.
I love them because I have access to all of them. Ha ha ha.
You are the problem with so many things. In a Reddit AMA, two of the Overwatch developers suggested that if they had to choose, they would put Tracer or Doomfist into Super Smash Bros. That's never going to happen. Here's the more interesting article that I really want to get into a fight over, which is Blizzard workers share salaries in revolt over pay. Where you have, I believe, the number one dude at Activision Blizzard makes how many millions of dollars a year? I forget.
40 million.
Yep. And then and then you have all the way at the low end, you have employees who could not afford meals in the Blizzard cafeteria. Yeah, this is this is really depressing. I love this. This year, top performers received a salary increase that was 20% more than in prior years, and more people got promotions. But it's worth noting that if you are making minimum wage to your employees and you're getting 20% more, what's 20% more than like $10? Like, not much. So, it's also 20% more than in prior years means like if you were getting a 1% increase, you're now getting a 1.2% wage increase. But like, so I knew it was bad in the video game industry that like working for them can be horrible. I didn't realize it was this bad.
Well, I want to clarify what you just said. Most of the raises were actually below 10%.
Cool. Even worse. Wow.
Which the article says was significantly less than the employees said they were expected to get. Or sorry, expected that like in total, I guess, is what they meant. So when they did like the final review, people were like, "I think this is going to be the average amount increased in each raise, and since it's below 10%."
And in line with that, Activision has pushed for Blizzard to cut costs. Last year, they eliminated hundreds of jobs and asked some of the remaining staff to take on responsibilities. The extra work did not come with more pay. Wow, like one veteran Blizzard employee told Bloomberg News they received a raise of less than 50 cents an hour. This is why game developers basically need a union the same way the Writers Guild of America for movies and television has. This is...
At the very least, remember to share how much you make with your employees or with your fellow employees because it may be very important for you.
Yep, this is upsetting. This is upsetting. I don't know. Wow. Like, you have stuff where a third said that they and their partner had stopped talking about having kids because they knew they wouldn't be able to afford it. Like, your life choice has been determined by a company not paying you anything. Like...
I mean, like, factor in the conditions. Like, what was it that Naughty Dog was doing?
Oh, like...
There was, like, an entire... The conditions that the developers at Naughty Dog were going through were ridiculous for Last of Us 2, I think, right?
Yeah. Like, crunch time, as it's called in video games, can be good and it can be bad. And for certain crunch times, it's like you're working 100-hour weeks, which is just absurd. Like, I know CD Projekt Red they've basically put their employees in crunch time since I think like November of last year, and they've still been in crunch time because they were trying to hit, oh gosh, it was something like an early spring release date, and then they got pushed back to September, now they're pushed back to November. Like, the video games industry needs to come together, and like, I think we need a union for these people because this is just depressing. This is awful.
That's the industry I'm trying to get into, guys.
I thought you just wanted regular old animation. I thought you were into video games specifically.
I'll take whatever I can get. If I could work in video games, I would prefer to work in video games.
Ah, okay. We'll just throw out one last topic. Valve split squeeze on Steam Store VPN shoppers. Long story short, people would use VPNs to say they're in different countries. They would then buy Steam games for cheap in other countries and apply them to your Steam account. now you have to basically have a payment account in that country in order to purchase games from that country. So, yeah. I'll be honest, I do kind of appreciate that Valve is doing this. It sounds weird at first, but the reason Valve makes games different prices in different countries is so that people can actually afford those games. Like,
Yeah.
like a $60 video game here, like, I forget what country, there's a great example of a country where, like, $60 is like half your monthly wage or something stupid like that, where it's just like, oh, that's a huge amount of money, and like, so I understand completely why they're doing it. I would love to get a game developer on here and just talk about what it's like to work with Steam or through Steam, because Steam also takes 30% of your revenue, kind of like the Apple Store. So like, what's that like? But yeah. I don't have
Well,
any...
I think it's more for also for other countries where they have taxes on video games.
Oh.
Like Brazil is one that has like a high video game tax. I was just sorry, while you were talking, I was trying to figure that up. I think this article has a price difference between the two. $80 for a game, while it's $60 in the U.S., for instance.
Okay.
So it's also a way that some people have been trying to get around local video game taxes.
Interesting.
Also, the same thing with consoles in Brazil. And I only know that because I have a cousin who has family in Brazil, and anytime one of them wanted, I think it was a PlayStation was what they were playing on, but if he wanted to get any games or like the new system, basically, he would always have to be in contact with my cousin and be like, hey, do you want to pay the $60 and bring it out to me the next time you come? And because you can do that if you say that it's this is mine, thanks, and you can just bring a console into Brazil. But
I believe that's called import fraud, but okay.
eh.
Also, wasn't it something like the PlayStation 2 was still being produced up until like 5 years ago in Brazil because it was just that ubiquitous down there?
Yep.
Alright. Do we got anything else to talk about? Alright. With that, thank you so much for joining us for our 6th episode of the Boardroom Podcast. We've officially killed off all other instances of the Boardroom on YouTube. We are now the Boardroom Masters. Thank you for joining us. I would also like to mention we have way less views than all those other boardrooms, but that's okay. We'll see you next week at some point. Thank you. Bye.
Yes.